$100,000 Manitoba Derby. It's Max Brokenfowl back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Fuel wins six. One more try. Flashy Fuel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's going to do it in here. Escape Quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 20 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at last week's racing action on Wednesday night. There was some hot jockeys and trainers. Jorge Carreño, he had himself the hat trick, and now he's really separated on the rest of the jockeys. He's up by 11. And then on the trainer side, Shelley Brown had 2, Jerry Gorno had 2, and Jared Brown also had 2 wins, but Jerry Gorno with a real hot week. Well, actually like 5 days now in a row. He's up by 4, Jared Brown in second, Shelley Brown in third, and then Tom Gardepy and Michael Nault tied at 8. Stretch, what did you see last week?
Yeah, we had a little bit of everything last week. We had some storms and things. We had a nice long shot to close out the week, which I did not give up on, and was rewarded. Unlike Kirt, who jumped ship. You would think you'd have more commitment than I would, you being married. But anyway, it does happen to us all. The horse paid $46 to finish it off. Also, I'd like to, as you mentioned, Day 20. This is about my favorite time of the year for betting our meet, because we've seen all the horses run 3 and 4 times. So really getting to know the horses, and you can compare them, knowing kind of their distances. And also the biggest thing is, if you follow us on the show and kind of listen about the drops in classes or the rise up in classes. Like, for example, the allowance dropping to that 75. Wow, we've seen a couple of them not look great on form, or finishing 4th or 5th and then drop to the 75 and win big. And then that other big drop is from 75 to 5, same kind of thing. And getting ready for, and then we have also, I've got a few notes on some horses that are probably going to win next time out. So lots of stuff coming with some good information, and hopefully we give out some winners. Good week of all 3 days are good cards, don't you think, Kirt?
Oh yeah, they definitely are, and maybe that has to do with you, the fans that are joining us, as there has been a purse increase starting today. All the higher levels got about 25%, right down to the bottom. They got a little bit less, but they still got more money, and that's because of the wagering being up. And again, a thank you from all the horsemen. I've been talking to them back there in the morning, and they definitely appreciate what you've done for them. So thank you on that front. So Stretch, let's get right down to it. And just a reminder, on the pick 5, if it doesn't go, we do have a mandatory payout day scheduled for Derby Day. That's Monday, August the 1st, if it doesn't go by then. But I think me and Stretch are going to try and get it before that. So let's kick the card off with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. This was a rescheduled race, Stretch, from when the Lightning took out the last race last Monday.
Yeah, exactly. Good point on the mandatory payout. It's not going to get there, because I'm pretty sure I've got it nailed down. Maybe not today, but sometime this week. Anyway, you're right. Everybody that was going to run, all but one, is back in it. I'm going to switch my picks a little bit, because I kind of did think I missed it, which is handicapping 101. I was thinking the race was 6 furlongs. It's only 5.5. So I'm going to jump on the 2 horse. Is the big favorite right now. But anyway, I think it's the speed of the speed shortening up from 6 down to 5.5. That's big. Got pressed in the free press. There is some speed in here on Big Tony and a few of the others, but nothing like stake speed. So this is a classic dropping in class for speed. And as Kurt's mentioned, how the classier speed carries a little bit farther. So it's my top selection in here. I think it can handle it. 5 was my original pick, but I'm going to move it down to the second choice. I think the horse is going to stalk. The horse runs better off the pace last time. Moved up and pressed a little bit because there wasn't lots of speed. So I do like the running style when the horse comes off, and try to run down the 2 late. Maybe if the pressure is just too much, we'll see how the track goes. And then the last one, I think the 4 horse is the same kind of thing. Sits just off, probably in the money to hang around and keep going. So I'll call it 254.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Holrich Legacy ran absolutely huge in the free press, getting past very late by Real Grace. But this horse went from an allowance non-2-lifer straight up to the stake and almost stole it. Now dropping back to the first level allowance. I think this is a gimme for Holrich Legacy. Nobody else has the speed of this horse. If it gets out of the gate, I think it's long gone. I like number 4, Majestic Street, just ahead of Wicked Fortitude. I like both the horses in here. Wicked Fortitude comes to play every single day. And yes, has yet to get a win here at Assiniboia Downs, but has run 3 bang-up races, 2 seconds and a third. And that third was with a troubled trip. But Majestic Street, first time out, ran absolutely terrible. But the comeback race was so much better. I think this horse will move forward off that. Has some great lines down in Turf Paradise before it did come here. So I'm going to give him the nod for second. Same top 3, but I'm 2, 4, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 1, Tucker Time. Stretch, who do you got?
Okay, a very competitive race in here. This is one I like, probably pretty much 6 of the 7 races. This is the one that's kind of the most tricky for me because you have a bunch of sprinters going around 2 turns. So I'm not sure where to go with this, but I'm going to land on Mr. Dazzle, the 6. Definitely sitting on a win. Has run against some tough horses again in the stake race and then a tough allowance race. I think the horse is just a little bit classier than all of these. Could just stalk on the outside and basically take over. The next one, I'll go to the 3 horse, Eddie Forever. I've been waiting for this horse to go 2 turns. Actually surprised me first out, winning at 5 furlongs. I didn't think the horse could go 5 and get up. And sure, the last race wasn't great, but I'm going to kind of throw that race out because I would have been taking this horse almost whatever I saw on the 1-turn races. So that's the second pick. I think the horse, who knows, might even try to control the pace. That's going to be the interesting thing about this. I'm not completely sure. Maybe Kirt has a better idea than I do on this one. And then I'll go to the 2. Really throw out the last race. That's irrelevant. Lost the jockey. But 2 back made a really nice move. And in case the 3 and the 6 do knock heads early, it could set up for the 2. So as you can see, wide open for me. I'll still call it 6-3-2.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. Mr. Dazzle is the one to beat in here. But what I'm seeing is a lack of early speed, and that could cost Mr. Dazzle. Earlier on in the year, speed was dominating in the win category. Anybody who made the front easy was a winner. The only one that bucked the trend was number 2, Rail Splitter, who ended up rallying from off the pace. But then since then, everybody seems to have been going to the lead, hooking up, except for Himmelstein, of course, on Wednesday night in the last race. He was able to get loose, and what happened? He hung on for the win. So I'm looking for Tapmaster to maybe get away, get some soft early fractions. And if the fractions are in about the 24 and 2, 49 variety, they are not going to catch anybody that is on the front end. So I took a shot that Tapmaster was going to be that horse. Mr. Dazzle, as I said, always right there. It's his race to lose, but he's going to be a very short price. And I do like Rail Splitter, the one that did buck the trend, as it did beat Himmelstein, who did have that loose lead. And Rail Splitter rallied really well throughout that last race, obviously, as the jockey got thrown off after a malfunction in the starting gate, which caused a little bit of chaos in there for the jockeys and horses. So Rail Splitter wouldn't surprise me at all. And St. Louis guy, Look at that horse. 3-time winner last year, winning stakes races. This is a great second race, but I'm taking 5, 6, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, a $7,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to tackle 1 mile, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, and that carryover over $320,000 stretch. Who do you like in the first leg?
Okay, yeah, another competitive race. Looking forward to this one, too. I'm going to go with the True Miler in here. Notice we are going a mile. This horse has an excuse the last 2 starts. 2 back chased the lone speed last time, and it was tough. Tried to sacrifice, went early against missed my Cowboy. Last time lost to a big dropper in there that didn't actually belong. Was just too good for that field. So I'm going to give kind of a pass. Back in with basically the horses in here that belong at 75. So I think it's the same trip. And if somebody doesn't get loose in here, then the horse can win. Now, if somebody does get loose, that'll be the horse that potentially can beat Mr. Pickles, and that's usually how it's done with that kind of running style with that type of horse. I went back and forth between 5 and 6.
The 6 horse, imagine that.
Imagine that. Well, I'll get to the Gooch, but we'll start with the 5. I moved the 5 ahead of the Gooch, and the main reason is because Rydam has been running. The last couple races have been pretty good, especially the last one. Also, take a look at showing speed going 7 furlongs. It's possible that this horse might just get the lead. I like that 3 furlong work coming in. That tells me that they're going to try to show more speed. It's usually what I see when I see trainers do that. Just to add some more speed. So might be able to go gate to wire. And of course, we're going to the Gooch. It's a wide open race, so why wouldn't I add the Gooch? Yes, it was a vet scratch 2 weeks ago. If runs back to last year's form, watch out. This horse could stock take over. That's kind of what he likes to do, and he'll be a big price. We saw Button Mushroom do kind of the same thing. Was missing in action for a bit and blew up the torque board a bit. So I'm hoping the Gooch bounces back. So we'll go 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, stretch myself. I looked for speed, and I think I found it in number 5, Rydam. And I looked at that 7 furlong race, showed really good speed at Tampa in a first level allowance, did pack it in the end, but was pressured every step of the way, looking through everybody else. Definitely there isn't another horse in here who does have good early speed. So I think Rydam's going to go out. And this is a horse that's been improving every single start. Yes, it did take the drop last time out, but ran absolutely huge against Diddley, a horse that went to the front end and did go wire to wire. And Rydam was able to fend off everybody else for second. So I really like that for a wire to wire play in here. I do like number 1, Hoochie Coochie Sam, another long shot. Gets the tongue tie on today, and Hoochie Coochie Sam does have tactical speed, not for the front end, but sitting right in behind, might take really good advantage of that inside post position, and I always love an equipment change on higher price horses, and I like Mr. Pickles, model of consistency in every single start, won't be on the front end, will be rallying, but will he be able to get there if there is a loose leader? That's the question. That's why I have him in third, and I'm taking 5, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, we're on the same horse in here. We'll start with you don't usually see these kind of fast workouts with Brent Hymak. He usually may even take a start or two. Spots his horses really well. If this horse shows any kind of improvement from last year, watch out. I think the horse will be really tough. And based on those workouts, I think the horse has improved. That first start was in the stake race last year against a couple of good ones at that time of the year. So, like I said, certainly can fire. I think the horse is going to fire first out. Basically can go, doesn't have to have the lead. Made a move last time, so I'll put that easily as my top selection. And then I'm going to go to the 7. I've been waiting for this one, maybe just for second today. An improving filly, was handily second last time, beat the rest of the field by over 6 lengths. And so I guess if the 4 isn't ready, maybe there's an upset there. But the race goes through the 4, and I'll throw in the 6. The horse was in for 10,000, maiden claiming 10,000, but the figures say that the horse is competitive and belongs in this level. So again, I like the spot by Jennifer Jordan putting this horse in. horse certainly isn't out of place where some horses moving from 10 up are. So I guess if the 4 maybe doesn't fire, could be in the mix. And so I'll go 4-7-6.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. What a huge race by a lot to like in its first start here last year. But obviously something happened as the horse was laid up for the rest of the year. And I seen those flashy workouts coming in. This horse does have a lot of back class. This isn't the strongest maiden allowance field. So I think a lot to like will probably be the speed of the race. I like that Stanley Chady Jr. stays with the horse as he was on it for the one start that it did have at the 2-year-old campaign. So a lot to like. I'm going to give it the nod on top. I'm taking Sunday Suzanne as my second choice. Huge race last time out. Just got caught at the wire by the stablemate, but ran absolutely huge. So I think fits well. And White Rose Spirit, a good second against favorite. Those look like the top 3 for me. So I'm taking 4, 6, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch. Looks like a huge favorite in here.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a huge favorite in here for sure. Last time we were on this horse and Thrill of the Night broke sharply, and I felt that Artesian broke a step slow, and then it was the chasing game the entire way around. I think the 4 was probably going to have a bit of a future going. Had a good first start, I thought. Figures were a little low, and then the last start was pretty good. Interesting that the 4 ran the race that it can run like it did the previous starts. Just like I said, probably more of a need the leading horse. I don't think it'll have a problem getting the lead. There's just not much other speed. Nice drops to 10,000. So you got to spend a little to claim this horse. So I like the move by Wendy to put the horse in there. And then I'm kind of looking for what else is out there. And that's the 7 Dazzling Gold. Makes the proper drop. The horse was an allowance. Probably should drop to the $10,000 race. I think the horse doesn't have a big close, but likes to run evenly and kind of a reliable place or show bet if you don't want to go on the favorite. So an even race, pick up the pieces, runs for second. And then I'll go to the 5 with the interesting that Kirt also went with this one. And the very nice first out. And I think the horse has room to improve. And I like that. Something to compare is the previous race. We'll see how Sunday Susan runs. If that horse runs big, then you could probably upgrade this horse a little bit. If the horse runs poorly, maybe downgrade it a bit. So really pay attention to that. So I'll go 4-7-5.
Yeah, I'm with you. Artesian Dancer, that big drop in class, and ran an absolutely huge race, but was beaten by better horses that day. Now takes this drop in class. I think this horse goes off at about 1-5, and definitely, I don't think it's going to get beaten here. I like Dazzling Gold. Yes, a model of consistency, running those even efforts. But what I like from Dazzling Gold is it does have a little tactical speed to sit behind Artesian Dancer, probably in about 3rd position. And I think the horse is improving. So 4 start off the layoff. I think this horse goes forward. Big shot at 2nd. And Barefoot Dancer. That was a great race against Sunday Suzanne. Sunday Suzanne was the big favorite. Barefoot wasn't really played that much at 7-1. This horse challenged, fell back, came back on, and then just got up to win by a nose. I like horses with heart, and the 5 definitely has it. So that's why I went 4, 7, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $7,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like? Looks like a speed fest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I landed on the 4 as one of my stronger plays in here, and a few reasons why. If you look, the horse is in for 7,500. The horse started in for 5 and 1 coming off the pace. I like that. And then moved up, won at a higher level, and then the last race. Interesting thing on the last race, you're going to say, oh, he lost. Well, actually, the horse ran faster in the losing race than his first 2 winning races, according to my figures anyway. So I think this is an absolute a strong play. The horse is kind of looks dirtied up in that last race against Del Vecchio, one of the fastest races for that level outside a stake race run so far this year. So for me, it sits there, makes the close, sets up for off the pace because there is some speed in here. So and then after that, I'll go to the 5. Simple Man, why wouldn't Kirt go after follow him again? I can't disagree with them. Again, figures are there. Last time ran a very, very nice race against Dazzling Mischief for 5. That was a above par performance. The 4, I think, has to regress a little bit for the 5 to win. The horse is 10. I don't know if the horse can run much better, but runs back to that last race certainly is going to be right there. I've got those 2 kind of ahead of the rest. And then I'm looking for a bomber in here, and I went with the speed of the speed, and that's Strider's Ring. Reason I did that, the horse is cutting back from 7 furlongs, dropping back down, and that speed might just be able to carry the horse a little bit farther. He's 25 to 1. I don't know if he can win, but if it comes 4-5-7, 5-4-7, watch out, nice trifecta price. So I'll give you the 4-5-7, Kirt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like Fair Challenge in here, but I took Simple Man on top. I can interchange both of them, but the reason I put Simple Man there with the speed of number 1 Trumpum, the 6 Shooting Money, the 7 Strider's Ring, and the 8 Contraband, there is going to be a heated battle. So who's going to get the first shot at those leaders? It's the horse that's the stalker, and that is Simple Man. Fair Challenge likes to sit a lot further back, probably about 6-7 lengths, and make that big late close like he got both of his wins. But I really liked that Simple Man last time out. Dazzling Mischief was the inside of the speed and carried on with that speed to get the win. So Simple Man wasn't able to do what he did in his previous start, stalk, pounce, and draw off. I see him sitting very well in here behind that speed and getting him first, but he's got to hold off Fair Challenge's late charge. But I just think he might be able to do it because this race is only 5.5 furlongs. So I got 5 and 4, and I took number 2 Spire for 3rd. Ran a good race last time out against Diddley and Rydam. Diddley did go wire to wire in there. Rydam ended up chasing, and Spire chased after that. This was the horse's first start of the year, so I expected to go forward off there, and I do like Rydam a lot in the earlier race. So why wouldn't I like Spire in here? That's why I'm taking 5, 4, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. Stretch, an interesting race.
Yeah, absolutely. If saying it all card, that's what the entire card is. Maybe there's going to be the one big favorite in here. But again, I think a competitive race. I'm expecting a fast pace between the 1 and the 2. Both like to go, especially Kate's Princess. That's what she knows. And so I'm setting it up for the closers or who can stalk. I was so impressed with the 4 last time, French Rose. The mare had so much horse that just kind of pulled the jockey to the lead. It was like, I got to go. I think there is enough pace in here that you're not going to see that. And I think Neville will probably have to sit back and then make the kind of the power move like he did last time, and the figures are just there. If she runs back to that last race, I think she's going to be extremely tough to beat. And then the second choice, which I do like, another namesake in here is Big Stretch. Kirt's got the horse on top. We had him last time going 2 turns, looked impressive. 2 back, she showed some speed. I think that's important. Depends how far back. So the horse will be closing late. Sharp horse. He likes to kind of close out late. I think he might just get second, but we'll see. I certainly wouldn't be cheering against Big Stretch. That'd be silly. And then we'll throw in the kind of the speed or the classy speed because she hadn't lost until this year, and that's the 2 Melisandre. And so she can stalk Kate's Princess, take over, and have to hold off the others. Depending how the track's playing, that could be possible. So I'll leave it at 4-7-2.
Yeah, I like 4 and 7 in here, but I went to the 7 Big Stretch. I really liked that race going around 2 turns last time out. That was a real easy win for Big Stretch after coming off the 2 stake races, the Ruby's Big Band and the La Vérandre. Lots of speed to run at with Kate's Princess, Melisandre, Cypress has speed, and French Road. So all the inside horses, you didn't even throw Rag-a-Tag Tag in there. So there is no lack of speed in this race. And the way Big Stretch stretched it out last time and won really easy by 3, I think it's one of those horses that's on a roll and can go up the ladder. So I took it on top. French Rose, can't leave this horse out. Went to the front, as Stretch said last time out, as the horse was much the best, but can rally from off it and win also. Very versatile. depending what Neville's going to do, I think either way the horse will have a big shot at the win. And I threw a number 5 Ragatag Tag. Came out of the Canada Day Stakes last time out, battled early, got a little tired late down the lane, had some trouble at the head of the lane. But I don't think this horse is a route horse. I think it's a sprinter, and it had a phenomenal year last year with 3 wins, 6 seconds, high buyer figures, great running style. So that's my third selection, 7, 4, and 5. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card of Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 2, scratch number 1, Tucker Time. That's race number 2, scratch the 1, Tucker Time. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the Great Brook Stakes. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, that carryover over $319,000, and there's no changes in race 3. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 6, HD's Hope. The ownership should read Robbie Sharp, Dr. C.A. Spies, Joe Yankana, Ryan Cody, and Will Lostis. That's race number 5, number 6, HD's Hope. The ownership, Robbie Sharp, Dr. C.A. Spies, Joe Yankana, Ryan Cody, and Will Lostis. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Only the lone overweight, which is on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. That's race number 7, scratch the 8, Dixie Mo. The jackpot high 5 carryover, just over $12,000. Well, an absolute gorgeous evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under mainly sunny skies. Well, Stretch, they did put me in there a little bit, didn't they?
Just a little bit. They're searching. I think they even pictured in those clouds, because I didn't see any clouds. Those are fake clouds, just to have you involved instead of just being the stretch show. Curtain stretch show. But anyway, go on. Continue with the weather.
Okay, you know there's other parts of the racetrack besides the stretch, right?
That's true.
Well, see, I'm the other parts because I'm bigger than you. All right, under mainly sunny skies, a temperature 29 degrees Celsius or 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race Card of Racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 21 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. And be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw will take place at about 9:30, and the current jackpot is over $1,400. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure and stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the week of racing with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Big favorite here at 3 to 5. Stretch.
Yeah, we expected that. It's starting to climb up. The horse should be the favorite. 3 to 5, maybe 4 to 5 is what kind of expecting. They're going only 5.5. It's a hot day. We've seen this in the past that the speed can carry. So we've got that at kind of the advantage already to the 2. You've got a bit of other speed, but you don't have this horse was in the free press last time, and there was other speed, a lot more other speed in here. Yes, Big Tony hasn't lost, won 3 in a row here, but the competition is very different. And Hallrich just has been, actually breaks a step slow, as you can see, and then rushes up and suddenly is on the lead. Big Tony is a quick breaker, so that breaks fast, so I guess that could cost the 2 a little bit, but I think the 2 just keeps going, and the others are going to have to try to close, and they've got only half a furlong, or they've got to get there faster, so they've got to be closer. Closers that have to be used early are not as effective when they close, so as we both have the 2 on top, anything to add on the 2?
Yeah, I just really like that race where it jumped out of that allowance non-2 lifer up to the stakes and was very competitive. I thought the horse was going to get the win with about an eighth of a mile to go, and then just got passed real late by Real Grace, and there was a log jam at the finish line, but this is a massive drop in class, really good speed. Definitely, this is the horse to beat. I also like number 4, Majestic Street. Here's a horse that came out of Phoenix, won the first level allowance optional 20, and showed speed that day. First time out, this horse ran absolutely terrible, didn't show any speed, finished at the back of the field, but the comeback race was so much better. But the horse did blow the turn coming into the stretch, but I like the way that the horse fought back for 4th money, only beaten by 2 3/4 lengths. I think the horse will move forward, does have 2 works since that race, and a really sharp one, 48-3 right after, and then a maintenance in 49-2. I could have went either way between the 4 and 5, but I just, for the odds sake, I went to the 4, Majestic Street.
Yeah, the big discrepancy right now at 17-1 to the 3-1. I don't think they're that far apart. I did use the 5 for second, but I'm with you. I like the race. All 3 races this horse has run. Last time I thought the fractions are pretty quick, but Carino decided I've got to go and kind of move, or the other ones would have got away on him, and so that's fair. I like when the horse sits just back, and the horse is gonna run the ideal running style because you're getting the 1 and the 2 showing speed. Bud Like Larry likes to show some speed, and so you sit back, make 1 late run, and Carino's good at doing that.
Yeah, another horse to look at is the horse you just talked about, Bud Light Larry. Was off a year coming in, took 2021 off. Only 3 starts in 2020, but all 3 of those were good starts, and that was at the 2nd level allowance. Debuts at the 1st level allowance, has speed, but I don't know if it has Hallrich Legacy type speed, but has been working very well for this debut. The standout work, June the 9th, 48-1. Bud Light Larry is getting up there as he is a 10-year-old, but this is a horse that definitely tries every time and can finish in the top 3.
Oh, completely agree with you. He does try every time. He just is running against some tough competition. We'll see how he does or where he ends up after this race. He will have to be in top shape to beat these. But
oh, he definitely does, because these horses are running really well, especially the 2 and 5.
For sure. Let's go to the 6 horse in the deep if Jake can find that. Jake's on camera today. There we go. I like this horse. This horse has made me some money and yourself some money at different times. At one time, he was one of the top horses just with figures in that, and then kind of maybe not the stake race level, but does make the move. Is Race to Turf Paradise. I'm throwing those races out. Just doesn't like that racetrack, but he does like our racetrack, and so There's some very nice races in there. You see that he's won at 6 furlongs in the allowance. So not a complete toss for sure. He's got those works coming in for sure in the mix of, might even sneak in the top 3 if maybe 4 or 5 falter.
Yeah, my only reservations about number 6 in the deep is they didn't take advantage of the fitness edge early on in the meet and has steady works coming into the race. But I would have liked to see this horse right there in May, jumping all over it with the fitness advantage, but is waiting a little longer. I think this horse needs more ground than today's 5.5 furlongs. So I'm going to tab him for a stretch out. And you touched a little bit on Big Tony going for 4 in a row, but what a big jump this is.
It is. Why not take a shot? Jerry's taking a bit of shot. He claimed the horse. He watched him win 3 in a row. Well, I guess he's going to find out how good he is. Unfortunately, gets stuck with another speed ball in here. Now, maybe if Hall Reach wasn't in, horse might have a bit of a better chance, but that'll be interesting to see. Like I said, this horse does break sharp. He's one of those horses that jumps out of the gate.
And obviously loves to win. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so we are going to go to a nice try, starting off with a Kirt bet here.
There we go.
$10 try wheel, mainly because, like you said, you were between the 4 and 5 which way. I wasn't sure. So let's just make it a trifecta, 2 with 4, 5 with 4, 5. I spent a $10 wheel equals 20. Maybe try a $2 one, and that would be $4. 2 with 4, 5 with 4, 5.
And myself, I'm going after the early daily double. I'm taking the 2 Hall Ridge Legacy with the 2 and 5 in the second leg. So that'll cost $20. A $2 one, only $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Big Tony, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Hall Rich Legacy, owned by Jam Down Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown, with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Bud Light Larry, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Majestic Street, owned by John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown, with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 5 is Wicked Fortitude, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 6, In the Deep, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise, with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 1 in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, a new week kicking off. The race is a high-level allowance race here, 5.5 furlongs only. The 2 horses probably going to be the speed of the speed. The 1 and 2 might battle it out, but I think the 2 can put the 1 away and have to hold off the 5 coming late. Not a lot of value on the 2. He is a runner, so it's going to be tough to beat. 5 at 3-1, 4's at 11-1. Watch out for those 2. I've got a 2, 5, and 4. It could even go 2, 4, 5. Kirt?
As Stretch, I'm with you. I like number 2, Hallridge Legacy. Not much in the win category, but you can play doubles or exactors or a triactor like you did. But I think Hallridge Legacy will love this drop in class from the stakes to this first level allowance. So definitely the one to beat, but I like the 4, Majestic Street, for second over the 5, only because it's only started here twice. A huge improvement second time. He can only get better. That's why I put him at better odds for second. I'm 2 and 4. Good luck here in race number 1. Big Tony, the first to enter the starting gate. Next up, the 3 to 5 favorite, Ulrich Legacy. Bud Light Larry moves right in. Majestic Street's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Wicked Fortitude. And just waiting on In the Deep to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Big Tony away well with Ulrich Legacy to its outside. 3 wide In the Deep. We'll track those leaders in third. Another half length back to Bud Light Larry. Majestic Street in between horses. And Wicked Fortitude will be the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. Ulrich Legacy now with the half-length advantage on Big Tony to the inside. Making a bold 3 wide move. Wicked Fortitude getting into the fray. In the Deep back in third. Bud Light Larry in between horses. Majestic Street, the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. Ulrich Legacy with the short lead. Wicked Fortitude to the outside with more to offer, and now goes on by. Wicked Fortitude, a late rally by Majestic Street on the inside, but Wicked Fortitude is gonna take it. Majestic Street second best, third to In the Deep, and fourth to Ulrich Legacy. Starts opposed to number 5, Wicked Fortitude as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Majestic Street. Third to number 6, In the Deep. And fourth to number 2, Ulrich Legacy. They went the opening quarter, 23 seconds. The half, 46 and 4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Wicked Fortitude. Wicked Fortitude is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Wicked Strong, out of the mare Mendai by Pulpit, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 and 4. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 1, Tucker Time. That's here in the second race. Scratch number 1, Tucker Time. And as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either Joker and $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Scratch number 1, Tucker Time. Quick look back at race number 1 stretch. Hallrich Legacy couldn't hang on, but Wicked Fortitude, again, model of consistency, finally gets the win.
Yep, got the trip that we kind of mentioned. The horse, there's no chance of going to the lead. Got the duel. Big Tony showed how game he was to get the lead in battle and basically cost the 2 the race. So I can't wait for betting Big Tony next time in maybe a slight drop down or when there is no Hallrich, because ran a nice race and then tired, which is obvious. And then 4 came back after a couple ones and showed a lot of...
rallied from the back of the field where Wicked Fortitude was, but showed really good life down the lane.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So a good first race to start the week.
All right, on to race number 2. Who do you like? Not the big favorite we thought right now, but Rail Splitter taking all the money.
Yeah, interesting. I found this race very tricky, as mentioned on ASD Live. We're down to 5, but really with the right trip, and I think any one of the 5 can win. I know the 4 is the long shot, but we remember how good he was last year. I will start with the 6, since Jake's got it on the 6. 2 very good races. Yes, didn't win last time, or 2. You would think the horse didn't run that well 2 starts ago, but actually did. You've got to remember, these are top horses there. Last time, Del Vecchio ran one of his races of his life. It was lights out game race. I had this as one of the fastest 6 furlong races so far this year, right up to the stake races. So to run, only lose by 3/4 of a length, then gets the patented Mike Taphorn workout before the race. They are going 2 turns, and that was my only hesitant to not make it like a prime play for me, because I'm not completely sure of if he can handle the 2 turns. Said 1 start and it was okay, but it was in a stake race. It was in the stake race a couple of years ago or last year. So top selection, but wide open. If you give me 4-1 on this horse, I'm taking 4-1 all day long.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I took a shot in here. I went to number 5, Tapmaster. I don't see a lot of speed in the race. I see Eddie Forever, who used to have speed. But Tapmaster didn't show speed first time out, as he never really got out of the gate that day and tried to rally. Last time was right in the thick of things at the 3/8 pole, but got in a bunch of trouble there and ended up backing out of it. But Tapmaster, going around 2 turns, has showed good speed in the past in the RJ Spears, was up by 2 lengths. Then St. Louis guy mowed him down and got that win. But I think Tapmaster coming in with a sizzling workout just before that last race showed that the horse is coming back to where he used to be. I just think he might be able to go to the front and hang it on him wire to wire.
Yeah, that's the tricky part of this race. I don't disagree on the 5 maybe going to the lead, but it's not 100% sure that this horse is going to do that. The one that I went to was the 3, Eddie Forever. We've seen this horse be right close to the lead at Turf Paradise in the last year. Then first start here, the first start here going 5 furlong surprised me, winning going 5 only, and then last time wasn't a great race, but it was a competitive one. Lost against the horse that won the stake race the other day. It's that time, or is
Yep.
You
got one right.
Yes. Okay, it was due. That's why I got him in the mix at 9-2. Again, he might go to the lead. Your 5 might go to the lead. They might both, or one might, sit back, and then it changes the whole race shape for me.
Yeah, because I don't see a very strong, fast pace, and that's the key. Mr. Dazzle, really, if he wants to, he could be the one on the front end also, which if he did do that, he'd be very dangerous. Let's take a look at number 2, Rail Splitter. What a great race first time out. Rallied from the back of the field to absolutely mow him down and carry on to win easily by 4 1/4 lengths. Himmelstein, who ran second that day, had a bad race in between, but came back to win the last race on Wednesday. And House Limit also took the drop and got the win. Rail Splitter, unseated jockey Rafael Zentino Jr. in the RJ Spears. But coming off that win before, definitely should get respect, but 3 5 is awfully low.
Yeah, and a fair amount of money already in the pool. I guess they're thinking maybe the 3, 5, and 6 battle it out. And if they did, then it completely sets up for the 2. So,
yeah, the other horse to look at, number 4, St. Louis guy. Here's another horse that could be on the front end. Doesn't really like it there, but definitely could be in the nifty. Was pressing Market King and then faltered, but only got beat by 2. Next time out, again, had to go after Hallrich Legacy and Market King and ended up getting beat by 2 1/4. Was bothered, but wasn't going to threaten for the win. Last time out, just didn't get into the race, but there was problems in that. So St. Louis guy, a reversal of form, definitely could happen today.
for sure. He was one of the dominant ones early last year. So it's one of those, we know the horse has talent. So it's not like he runs a top race. He easily can win as well.
All right, a wide open second race in here. Let's go to our wagers stretch. What do you got?
I'm going with a pick 3 here. I'm going to go with the $1 pick 3 wheel, 2, 3, 6 with 4, 5, 6 with 4 and 7. It's $18. I've got a couple price horses. It might not pay huge, but I think make a few dollars there.
Yeah, I had trouble with this race. I should have just hit the all button and did a pick 3, but I boxed 3 horses, 2, 5, and 6. A $2 box for 12. If you want a $1 box, it's only $6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1, Tucker Time, was scratched. Number 2 is Rail Splitter, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Eddie Forever, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is St. Louis Guy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 5 is Tapmaster, owned by Kenneth Amther, trained by Gordon Amther with Antonio Whitehall. Running out the field is number 6, Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Taphorn with Leroy Nelson. Post time for race number 2, 3 minutes away. And ladies and gentlemen, in this second race, we picked the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse, and that's number 2, Rail Splitter. Number 2, Rail Splitter, HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse, here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, 7 furlongs, which is 2 turns here for the boys. In an allowance field, a wide open affair. The battling between 2 and 6 is who my favorite might be. I've landed on the 6 just because this horse is closer to a stake race. It's just a matter of, can he get the distance of 2 turns? We know if this was 6 furlongs, he would be even a bigger favorite. I think he's going to get a stalking trip, show his class, take over. The other one, that Eddie Forever, is better at a mile or 7 furlongs. Maybe he could be there. So I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I also like number 6, Mr. Dazzle, a model of consistency this year. But I took a long shot. I went to number 5 at 12-1, Tapmaster. What this horse brings to the race is speed. Had a very troubled trip last time out. Lost all chance with 3/8 of a mile to go. Now gets to go around 2 turns, which is not unfamiliar. Hasn't won at it, but if he can get out there and get loose, it'd be tough to beat. A wide open second race, but I'm going 5 and 6. Good luck here in race 2. Eddie Forever, the first to enter the starting gate. Next up, St. Louis Guy. Master ready to walk in. Now just 2 left to load. From the outside, Mr. Dazzle, the 4-5 favorite. And just waiting on Rail Splitter. He goes in on the rail. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly away on the inside, Rail Splitter now taking over St. Louis Guy. Wants the lead and is going to get it by a length and a half. To his inside, Eddie Forever with Tapmaster now moving up to engage St. Louis Guy for the lead. Mr. Dazzle stalking those leaders. Now in third, Eddie Forever in fourth. And your early trailer will be Rail Splitter. About 6 lengths off of it. 24-1, a spirited opening quarter. Tapmaster on the outside. St. Louis Guy battling back on the inside. They're nose and nose. A length and a half to Mr. Dazzle. Eddie Forever moving up on the rail, and Rail Splitter patiently watching the early action. 5 lengths out of it. 48 seconds, a half mile. And St. Louis Guy still being tough on the inside. Tapmaster not giving up. Going 3 wide. Mr. Dazzle moving in between horses. Eddie Forever and Rail Splitter starting to roll, but still with the lead, St. Louis Guy. Mr. Dazzle gonna try and get him with the 16th of a mile, but St. Louis Guy is digging in, and St. Louis Guy is gonna take it by a length and a half. Mr. Dazzle second best. Third's gonna go to Rail Splitter, and fourth to Tapmaster. The Stewart's supposed to number 4, St. Louis Guy, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Mr. Dazzle. Third to number 2, Rail Splitter. And fourth to number 5, Tapmaster. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48 seconds. 6 furlongs, 113. Time for the 7 furlongs, 126. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 4, St. Louis Guy. St. Louis Guy is a chestnut gelding, 8 years old, by Kenthoros, out of the mare Red Hot Jewel by Essence of Dubai. Owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:26. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race, the Great Brook Stakes. There are no changes, but we'll give you the scratches as this does kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Turn your programs to race number 7 and scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. That's race number 7, scratch the 8, Dixie Mo. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, the carryover, just under $320,000. Are you new to Assiniboia Hounds? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5, coming up right here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win that whole jackpot that will be over $350,000 and is currently at $320,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We have a $7,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up, they're going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Quick look back at race number 2. Well, Stretch, I tried to pick the speed to go all the way, but I picked the wrong one.
Yeah, now we had, the interesting thing is we had 2 stake horses run 1-2, and so that was interesting. As we talked about on ASD Live, the dropping was everything of what conditions, and sure enough, yes, St. Louis guy didn't run to his race in the previous, but the talent was there. Remember, we mentioned last year he was just so good. So
he was early on, and then wasn't as good when they went farther, but sprinting, definitely St. Louis guy. Won the RJ Spears, as you've seen in Mr. Dazzle's lines there, but ran an absolute great race. All right, on to race number 3, jackpot pick 5. Should be able to get close to about $400,000 in the end. Who do you like in the first leg?
Okay, I do like the sequence quite a bit, and so we're going to start here with the 4 on Mr. Pickles. It's interesting. We knew in the last race we didn't know who was going to go to the speed, and there probably wasn't going to be a big duel. But I'm hoping Rail Splitter didn't really make that big run, so we'll see. But
no, he sat in the same spot as he did previous to that. He had a couple horses dueling, but as you said, and I even said at the beginning, they aren't going to be going 47 and change. That was comfortable, 24, 48, 113, and that's how the horse hung on.
Exactly. So that was what we're going to be watching for. He's the biggest miler in here. So that's the thing. So that's my top selection. You've got somebody else on ride. I'm thinking that horse might go to the lead.
Yeah, because I don't really see a lot of speed. Mr. Pickles, no speed. Really slow, no speed. Maz Mischief, no speed. Hoochie Coochie, well, he showed it on the odd occasion. Flash of Glory, definitely no speed. And Gooch, on occasion. Ride 'em has showed speed in the last 2 outings. Sprinting, now gets to go around 2 turns. This horse was always running 2 turns at Delaware and over at Tampa. Yeah, those were on the grass, but still going around 2 turns. And this horse ran a good race. I think of that first level allowance in February at Tampa. Unfortunately, there was a lot of other speed in there and had to battle throughout and succumb to that battle, but was bet on the board that day 6-1, and then it took the big plummet in class and got it done wire to wire at 60 cents. I think he's the speed, so I'm giving him a big shot to get it done.
Oh, for sure. As you can see, I've got that horse selected in there. I'm not going to leave out the good old Gooch in here. Last race wasn't very good. We know he's better than that. 2 back was a nice race that I thought showed some speed and then tired. He was a vet scratch. He's got to work coming in. He's kind of one of those horses we just saw not run that great with the horse in the last race. Wow, how quickly you forget the name on St. Louis guy, right? Not a little classier and then drops in. So for me, it goes through the 4 just because of race shape.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but the 4 does need speed to run at. And if you do like the 4, you got to like the 7, Flash of Glory. Flash of Glory, well, the farther they go, the better this horse is getting. Was in the nifty going 5 furlongs, not a sprinter, so he got beat rather handily. Came back in the 10,000 claimer, again didn't have any speed, and the top 2 horses just ran away with the race as they were 7.5 lengths in front. But Flash of Glory really wasn't too far behind. Mr. Pickles and Gooch Express was also just ahead of Flash and Glory in there. But last time out, Stanley Chady Jr. gave Flash of Glory an excellent ride as My Cowboy again went to the front. But he just sat on the rail and waited, picked up the pieces for a good second. He's going to try and probably do the same thing today.
Completely agree. It was a great ride. And so that was in my notes. So that's why, for me, I'm a little against that horse, especially at 5-2, because he didn't do much. Now, if the same race sets up, sure, then that's the way to go. But yeah, again, kind of wide open. What do you think? Really slow. You had a good race call on really slow.
Yeah.
He's got to go a little faster. I think anyway.
Well, he's really stepping up. As we were talking about the levels, yes, you can win for 5,000, but just because you won for 5, it doesn't mean you're a solid lock for 75. As the horses from 10,000 drop into 75, but really slow. Actually had a really good trip. Came up the inside. There was a bunch of speed in that race. They all log jammed on the front end. And really slow, really took advantage of that and drew off to an easy win. Definitely the horse fits well in this field, but at a big price is the only way you got to play it.
Correct. You see the betting board. We're hovering. The 4's a bit of the favorite, and so I guess Ma's Mischief is one horse we have not mentioned. Hasn't run that well. I've watched the horse. I've backed it, thinking that it might show up. Was in the allowance, now at the same level. So we're going to have to watch to see if the horse wakes up. The back races say that.
Well, and you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if this horse wakes up because of Jerry Gorno Barn. Absolutely on fire. And Ma's Mischief, we're waiting for races from last year. The horse was 10 for 16 in the money, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 4 thirds. And always came to play, hasn't done so far in the first 3 races. Maybe it's now caught up, nice and fit and ready to go. And with the barn on fire, you expect this horse can improve. And even a little bit of improvement definitely will put this one in your top 3s.
Correct.
Also, number 1, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Here's a horse. Good race first time out at the first level allowance, optional 10,000. Running 4th to Marquis Well, who was a favorite that day. And then in the comeback race, going a mile, didn't fare so well, but I think the horse really needed that start. And today they had a tongue tie. Very important. I love equipment changes on horses, and I think this one will make a difference.
Yeah, that was a good. Then you have to look for that one. I don't think it's it's not in the form, the tongue tie, but it's in the program.
It definitely is. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3, trying to get a piece of that pick 5 jackpot pie. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, let's make it 40 cents.
Oh yeah, you might as well kill your own ticket.
Well, it's the same ticket actually. So I'm going to split the pool with myself. Anyway, there we go. All in the first leg. It's kind of the trickiest one of the sequence, and then 4 and 7, and then King the 4. I've got 4, 5, and 7. 7's a long shot, and then 4 and 7 in the last. I need a couple long shots. I don't know if that ticket goes for the pool, hence the 40 center.
All right, and I'm taking a 20 center. I'm taking 1, 4, 5 in here with the 4, 6, 7. Also King the 4, Artesian Dancer. Then taking 1, 4, 5, 6 with 2, 4, 5, 7 in race number 7. That costs $28.80. Good luck with all your selections here in race 3. We'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the Great Brook Stakes. They're going to go 1 mile for $14,800. Number 1 is Hoochie Coochie Sam, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester with Tavi and Chow. Number 2 is Moz Mischief, owned by Jennifer Toronjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Really Slow, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Mr. Pickles, owned by Larry Liebrick, Ron Phelps, and Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Ride 'em, owned by my 3 nieces stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Gooch Express, owned by Windancer stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Lionel Camacho Flores. Rounding out the field is number 7, Flash of Glory, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Alt with Stanley Chady Jr. The Great Brook Stakes here in race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. The boys are going a mile. It's 4.8 furlongs. I've landed on the 4, which is the lukewarm favorite. This horse will be sitting just behind the early pace. Thinking maybe that the 5 or 6 might go to the lead. One of those are going to have to back it up. It is going to be a very strategic race in here. Got to get in a good position. Yes, the 5 could go. If you want a long shot, is the 11-1, the Gooch Express. Hasn't run it up to his potential, but does have races from last year that could be there. So I'm going to give you 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, myself in here, Stretch. I went to the 5, Ride 'em. I don't see a lot of speed in here. The 1, Hoochie Coochie Sam, and the 6, Gooch Express are pretty well the only other ones that have some early gas to show, but I don't think they have enough to keep up to number 5, Ride 'em. I think this horse is going to go to lead and play hide and seek on the field. I do like number 4, Mr. Pickles, for second, and the long shot, number 1, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Good luck here in race 3.
time.
Hoochie Coochie Sam finds his position in the starting 8. Moz Mischief is in. Next up, Really Slow. Mr. Pickles, the current 2-1 favorite, moves in. Rydom walks up and in. Now just 2 left to load. Gooch Express. And just waiting on Flash of Glory to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Hoochie Coochie Sam shows a little bit of speed with Moz Mischief. 2 wide. 3 wide, going at him. Rydom wants a piece of the front end and passing the grandstand will have that lead. Moz Mischief in second. Gooch Express to the outside in third. Hoochie Coochie Sam tucked in behind them win fourth with Mr. Pickles to the outside. Really Slow and Flash of Glory at the back of the field. Only 5 lengths from front to back. The opening quarter, a sluggish 23-3. And Gooch Express takes the lead in between Rydom. Still Moz Mischief on the rail. Riding comfortable, that trio. Settled in behind them, Hoochie Coochie Sam and Mr. Pickles. Really Slow, starting to roll. And Flash of Glory is the early trailer. The half 45-4. And the trio still right there. Moz Mischief in between horses, Rydom and 3 wide Gooch Express. Mr. Pickles trying to reel him in. 3/4, 113-2. And Hoochie Coochie Sam to the far outside. Moz Mischief now takes over as the leader by 3. Mr. Pickles to the outside. Rydom still more to offer. Really Slow. Really fast again today. Really Slow is gonna win it. Second's gonna go to Moz Mischief. Third to Rydom. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 48-4, 6 furlongs 113-2. Time for the mile 139-4. Results of the photo show the winner number 3, Really Slow. Second goes to number 2, Moz Mischief. Third to number 5, Rydom. And fourth to number 4, Mr. Pickles. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Great Brook Stakes. That's number 3, Really Slow. Really Slow is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old. By Congrats. Out of the mare True Religion by Yes It's True. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickadees. Time for the mile, 1:39 4. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Sheldon Chickadees for scoring the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Sheldon Chickadees. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the changes in this evening's pick 4. No changes in race 5 or race 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. That's race number 7, scratch the 8, Dixie Mo. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they'll go to post in 18 minutes. Assiniboia Nouns is pleased to announce that in the month of August, Mondays are family days. Beginning on Manitoba Derby Day, each Monday evening from 6:30 to 9:30, kids can enjoy free bouncy castles, face painting, and live entertainment. Once again, that's the month of August, where every Monday is Family Fun Day. And you better hurry. Only about 7 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with over $1,400 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at Guest Services in the lobby for just $5 right now. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had 2 claims to report. Claim for $7,500 was number 4, Mr. Pickles, claimed by S&S Stable, trainer Maria Stanford. Also claimed for $7,500, number 5, Ride 'em, claimed by Staff Max Stable, trainer Curtis Maxwell. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Wow, Gorno on absolute fire.
Yes, absolutely.
I was wondering if you're with me, Stretch.
I was still thinking about how I'm still alive in the pick 5.
Oh, that was a great selection by you.
It's called All.
I think you wanted Moz Mischief, though.
I did.
The other Gorno horse.
But there's a good example of, again, there's no reason to keep training a horse if the horse is not showing anything. And so it's early in the meet, 3 or 4 races. You know this horse is more talented. All you have to do is look at last year. So that horse ran, I know it didn't win, but kind of a wake-up horse, really slow. Clearly, you know you're running really fast. But it was a great ride by Sheldon, waiting and an improving horse. Clearly likes ASD, and that's what happens. Horses for courses, as they say, maybe didn't like somewhere else, and this dirt or whatever, and the setup just sets it up for him.
And so far, the inside looks really good, as Moz Mischief was on the inside, then really slow, rallied up the inside to get there. We've seen the same thing in St. Louis Guy. Wicked Fortitude did buck the trend, going 5 wide around the turn. Maybe the inside's where you want to go. Okay, over to race number 4, and it looks like it's on our top selection.
Yes, Jake's on the ball. I'm surprised. I'm surprised on the early money in here, and there's a fair amount of it in here. So somebody saw something that I did not see on the 2, but that's okay. I miss a lot of things. I'm going to go right to the 4. The filly hasn't raced this year. Looks great in the paddock. Absolutely spectacular. Is wearing blinkers or is not wearing blinkers? What do you think there, Kirt?
It's hard to see.
We'll wait to see on that. Remember, equipment. 2 good works coming
there's
in.
blinkers
Okay,
on.
so still the same equipment. Thank you. The workouts look solid coming in. That debutante race last year, really good race. It was the first start over our track, ran a nice race. As you mentioned, something probably went a little bit wrong, but you don't want to push a 2-year-old that potentially has a big future, and I think this horse does have a future. I think this horse is a borderline, maybe runs well here, may end up in a stake race or something like that down the road. First race off the shelf. As you mentioned, it's not a stellar... It's a good maiden special weight, but not a top notch. We've seen a little bit better ones. I don't think the horse has to go to the lead, but might just be good enough to end up on the lead.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said there. I think this horse could be the predominant speed of the race. And that race was lights out in the debutante last year. Banking on Betty, had a previous win and was undefeated at the time, favorite, ran huge that day. But this horse came in with good credentials from Ellis Park and could be a little bit of anything. And going the 6 furlongs, if it shows speed, gets the rail, that's a dangerous combination. I also like number 6, Sunday Suzanne. Was just edged out last time out by the stablemate, Barefoot Dancer, but ran absolutely huge, was hooked early, opened up by 2, and just got caught at the wire. This horse shouldn't have a problem going the 6 furlongs. That $10,000 claimer. You've seen the 3rd place horse, HD's Hope, dropped in for 5 and destroyed them against Manitoba and Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. So Sunday Suzanne, a duplicate effort, definitely a top 2 play.
Yeah, correct. That was my third selection. I ended up going to the 7, slightly ahead of your second selection. And the main reason is I like how this horse keeps improving. Came from Canterbury, didn't show much. Then the first start here, ran okay, and then seemed to get better and better. We saw it against Thrill of the Night and Favorite, both came back to win. And then that last race, I liked how it made a nice late move. And so if the others don't get the distance or the 4 comes up a little bit short, could take over late.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, too. That's my third selection. Also, take a look at number 1, Miami Souvenirs. Was beaten by a less than even money favorite, Fingertip, who easily drew off to win by 5. Miami Souvenirs did beat Favorite that day, and this horse made a power move around the turn and then just ended up getting a little tired at the end. If there is a pace battle on the front, out of the Jen Jordan horses that are in here, she does have 3 of them. Miami Souvenirs, if it shows that same kind of race it did last time out, this is definitely a horse that can win.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now that you mentioned, I like that move. Did miss a start and then had a maintenance work. I probably would have liked to seen something a little bit better than that, but fair enough. And the horse that opened with early money, the 2 horse.
What's that name?
The number 2 horse.
Okay.
I'll let you call it there. I'm a little surprised. I watched the replay, and I think the 7 is better than the 2. Maybe a third starts a charm, and sometimes that is the case, easing into it. I think the horse runs evenly, and I thought last race was going to be the race that showed the best, and it just didn't show up, but maybe the trainers figured something out.
Yeah, she actually ran a really good race, better race first time out against the boys, where that was a key race with Timely Ruckus and Oscar the Gulch. The 3, Amalea, was a first-time starter last time out, broke slow and pretty well trailed throughout, ended up beating 1 horse in the end. But I just think this horse will have to show a lot more, and maybe didn't like the muddy track. So definitely you got to throw this one in. Just because of 1 start, that doesn't mean anything. So Amalea, I think they'll improve off that, but is it enough to get it done?
Yeah, and that's a bit of the guess. Hey, that's why you're getting rewarded if you want to take a chance at that. We've seen one about a couple of weeks ago have nothing in the first start, run a big one after that. And then the last one, just to mention here, is the 5. The horse was a vet scratch a couple of weeks ago. It's only raced the 1 start on the opening day. Didn't show much. Showed something going a little bit longer. I think the horse is going to have to basically improve a little bit for me to back. I'm going to certainly just watch this horse. Maybe the horse will be better going longer.
Yeah, it's in a really tough spot here off that last effort. Don't see any sharp works in the middle. There is a couple of them, but they're on the slower side, 104, a little better 1.5 mile and 50 and 1. But it's going to be tough to bet going commandy against a lot of horses that seem to be sitting on wins. All right, let's go to our pick 4s here in race number 4. Stretch. Couple of them.
A couple of them. I got 2 of them here. I went 40 cents pick 5. That's still going on. Let's make this a $2 pick 4. I think it might be a bit of a chalk fest going through, so I want to get it a few times. I do have a long shot. So we're going to go 4, 6, 7 with 4, with 4, 5, 7 in the 6, and then 4, 7 in the 7th. $2 one is 36. Don't want to get it twice and only once. $1 is 18. I got $40 in my pocket. Let's make it a $4 straight pick 4. Well, if I'm spending 4, let's go 4 with 4 with 4 with 4.
Is this back to last Monday where the first 4 races were 4, 4, 4, 4? So you think that this Monday, the last 4 races are 4, 4, 4, 4?
Why not? Let's find out.
All right, myself, I'm taking a $1 pick 4. I'm taking 4, 6, 7 with just the 4. With the 1, 4, 5, round it off at the 4, 5, and 7. That'll cost $27. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. horse are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Miami Souvenirs, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Hatshepsut, owned by Back on Track Stables, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 3 is Amalea, owned by Hillside Farms and WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Ronald Alley. Number 4 is A Lot to Like, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Going Commandy, owned by Group of 6, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Sunday Suzanne, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Running out the field is number 7, White Rose Spirit, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badri. Post time for race number 4 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. We've got girls and horses that have not won a race before in their lives. Maidens just going 6 furlongs. I've got the 4 as my top selection here. She was really good last year and her only started ASD in a stake race. Now she's racing horses that have not won before. The workouts say she's ready to run. I think she's going to be on or near the lead and just keep going. And her next stop maybe in a stake race. Others to consider would be the 7. That's my up and coming horse that's slowly learning how to run. So I've got it 4-7-6, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, A Lot to Like. The one race she did run was against the Bearcats. That was a real tough one in the debutante. Has been working very well for the debut, and Brent Rymack can get him ready to win first time out. I also like number 6, Sunday Suzanne. Ran a great winning race last time out, but the stablemate was just able to get up on the outside and steal that win away. So I like 4 and 6 here in race number 4. Miami Souvenirs, the first to go in. Hatship Suit steps up and in. Amalea's turn. The 2-1 favorite, a lot to like. The next one to go in. Going Commandy. She walks right in. 2 left to load. Sunday Suzanne. Now just waiting on White Rose Spirit. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Amalea. From the middle, a lot to like. She flashes some early speed with Sunday Suzanne. Painted on her outside. Settled back in third, Going Commandy. Hatship Suit on the rail, 3 lengths off in fourth. Moving up, White Rose Spirit. And then a gap of a length and a half back to Miami Souvenirs and Amalea for the early trailers. 24-2 the opening quarter. And a short lead by Sunday Suzanne, a lot to like. Trying to battle back on the inside. Miami Souvenirs has made a power move from the back to try and engage the leaders. The half mile in 48-1. Sunday Suzanne loses the lead as it goes a little wide, battling back a lot to like, and Miami Souvenirs just blowing on by on the outside. Miami Souvenirs made it look easy and is going to win by 4. Sunday Suzanne second best. 3-way photo for third between Hatship Suit, White Rose Spirit, and a lot to like. The Stewards post to number 1, Miami Souvenirs as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Sunday Suzanne. Third to number 7, White Rose Spirit. A photograph to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 24-2, the half 48-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-4. Results of the photo show number 2, Hatship Suit, finished in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 1, Miami Souvenirs. Miami Souvenirs is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Cheetu, out of the mare Cool Goose by Mongoose. Owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan, and ridden to victory by Siobhan Bell. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 4. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Number 6, HD's Hope. The ownership should read Robbie Sharp, Dr. C.A. Spies, Joe Yankana, Ryan Cody, and Will Lost Us. The 5th race kicking off late pick 3 wagering. They go to post in 17 minutes. Be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4, the Jennifer Jordan race.
Yeah,
She runs first, second, and fourth.
Oh, wow. Good call. Good call. Yeah, interesting race. The horse comes on the outside. We talked about maybe the rail's good, and then suddenly we've had 2 on the outside. Now I'm leaning to just a fair racetrack.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can win from anywhere on it, it looks like. And right now, the close.
The race, I think watch
Yeah.
out for next time. Here we go. Race 5. Probably the biggest favorite expected on the card, I would think. And it happens to be both of our top selections. Like the horse last time, didn't get the lead. I think this horse is better on the lead. Shouldn't have to deal with any other speed. There's a few other ones that show some speed, but not to the level of Artesian Dancer. Has a nice workout coming in from the last race. The figures last race were pretty good. Tired a little bit late. Runs back to those ones. Shouldn't have trouble with this field.
Yeah, I don't think the horse really tired that much last time out. It just ended up getting beat by 2 really nice horses. Thrill of the Night and Prairie Magic, they both ran lights out in there. Artesian ran really well, but just not good enough that day. But now takes a drop in class, and I think this is a massive drop. As going off as a 60-cent favorite, I expect 30 cents maybe on the dollar today. So I think this is the horse to beat. I also like number 7, Dazzling Gold. Ran a good race 2 outs ago, but had a little trouble down the lane, bounced off the rail. But the reason I like this horse so much today, I think it's going to be in a little bit of a stalking role in here. And I think that can become very valuable in this race. Chasing after Artesian Dancer, I think Dazzling Gold, they can just run around the racetrack together.
Yeah, I see it exactly the same way. Just back briefly mentioned on the 4, it's a huge drop, but they're not going right to the bottoms, so that's a good sign for me. Not trying to give it away. My kind of price horse in here is the 5 Barefoot. We saw that. I just think this horse is kind of on the improve. Could be the ASD likes the racetrack. I saw a nice improved effort on there. I think the horse can sit close and certainly be in the mix maybe for second or third.
Well, yeah, Sunday Suzanne ran back a really good race in the last one, got beat by the stablemate. So Barefoot did beat a good one that day. It never just got lucky or anything. Another horse I like in here, number 2, Maybella. Little disappointing effort last time out, beaten by 6 lengths. After running 2 really good races, I didn't see anything happen, but they are taking the drop today. But they do get in for 12.5, so another one not dropping out of the sky. Maybella, what do you think her chances are in here?
Yeah, this horse almost made my top 3, and I agree. I watched the replay, didn't see anything. I like the drop. It's a sharp move, just a smart move by Elton to get the horse out of the allowance and into an easier field. Got a little unlucky on having to race the 4. But those other races, the first and second starts were good enough to be in the money for sure. 9-2 is fair. I think, it could be in the trifecta for sure.
Number 6, HD's Hope. This is a horse that ran against the 5, Barefoot Dancer. Ran a respectable third in there, beaten 5. Took the drop down to Breed 5,000 and absolutely horrified them in there. But the time rather slow in compared to the other ones. This race, 10 times tougher.
Completely agree. I will say one thing is I've seen maidens, they win and they build up some confidence. So I think there's a chance the horse can improve a little bit. Would have to improve quite a bit and go from there. We'll just mention the one horse who shocked us last week with the $83. The figures are very low on this horse. It makes sense that why this horse did win. Everything in that race kind of didn't go that quick, so then it opens up for a wide open race. A same kind of thing, have to really improve, but that's something to look at is you don't have to compare times, but you have to compare them a little bit in the sense of 109 would be a really fast 6 furlongs, but they only went 5.5.
Totally. And Maisie G, sent out by Jennifer Jordan. She just won the last one. This one did run last in that allowance non-2-lifer. We'll have to show more, but it got to start over the racetrack from Prairie Meadows and Oaklawn. So Maisie G, I expect improvement today, but I just don't know if it's good enough to beat the 4. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, we're going to play a $2 a tri-wheel, 4 with 7 with all. I know you like the wedge. Forget the wedge. I'm hitting the driver straight through, skipping the wedge, just 4, 7 all. And I'm adding a bet. Beth, can you add a bet? I'm out of the pick 4 on my 444. Let's go a $4 pick 3, 444.
All right, the 4s are alive with Stretch again. And myself, I'm just doing a $20 exactor, 4 and 7. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $13,600. Number 1 is Wits Magic, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Maybella, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Maisie G, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 4 is Artisan Dancer, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Daryl Paranica, trained by Wendy Anderson with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Barefoot Dancer, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 6 is HD's Hope, owned by Robbie Sharp, Dr. C.A. Spies, Joe Yankana, Ryan Cody, and Will Lostus, trained by Sean Morin with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Dazzling Gold, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Arthur Badu. Post time for race number 5, 2 minutes away. And tonight's winning number in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 0677. Once again, the winning ticket in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 0677. You'll have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor south end. And just a reminder to hold on to those Chase the Ace tickets. If winning ticket number 0677 does not show up in 5 minutes, we will redraw.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
The girls going 6 furlongs. Horses, fillies and mares haven't won 2 races. We haven't had a favorite yet tonight. I think you're going to get one here, and that's the top selection here, the 4 horse. She's going to probably go right to the lead, put away any challengers early and hold off the closers. Not going to get much of a price, so we better find some other ones. Let's go to the 7 horse, Dazzling Gold. She's making a drop as well. She's 10-1. She's going to run evenly. She's got the class. That's one to include. And how about the 5? Same thing, improving horse. So I'm going to give you 475. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch, on number 4, Artisan Dancer. I think this horse is the speed and the class of the race. So 1 to 2, that might be a bargain, actually. But I do like number 7, Dazzling Gold, to chase Artisan Dancer all the way around the racetrack. Maybella, the 2, is a little off form, but might be able to show what she did early on in the meet, and that would put her second best. But you got to beat the 4 here in race number 5. Wits Magic steps up and in. Maybella is next. Maisie G finds her spot. Artisan Dancer, the 1 to 5 favorite, moves in. Now Barefoot Dancer's turn. Very quick load, 2 left to go. HD's Hope. And now just waiting on Dazzling Gold. Wits Magic fractious in the gate. They're at the post. And they're off. From in between horses, Maisie G. She's going to flash some early speed with Dazzling Gold to her outside. Maybella also showing speed, making it a threesome on the front end. Settled in behind them, Artisan Dancer. Only 2 lengths off it, a gap of 4. Back to Barefoot Dancer, HD's Hope. And Wits Magic can see them all. 23-2, the opening quarter. And Maybella has a lead by a length. Artisan Dancer makes the move 3 wide and is now trying to engage Maybella. Back in third, Dazzling Mischief, rallying from the back, Barefoot Dancer and HD's Hope. They hit the head of the lane. Maybella cuts the half, 46-4, still looking strong. Artisan Dancer gonna try and get close, but there's only a 16th of a mile to go. Maybella shocks them in here and wins by 5. Artisan Dancer for second, very close for third between Barefoot Dancer and Dazzling Gold. The Stewart's supposed to number 2, Maybella, as your race winner. Number 4, Artisan Dancer. Finishing second, a photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 46-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Results of the photo show number 5, Barefoot Dancer, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 7, Dazzling Gold. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 2, Maybella. Maybella is a Bay filly, 4 years old, by Amy's Holiday, out of the Mare Maria by Old Forester. owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Number 2, Maybella, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Betty Hughes. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 6, 17 minutes away. Our premier night of racing is just around the corner on Monday, August the 1st at 7:30, featuring the $100,000 Manitoba Derby presented by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. This night of great racing also includes free family fun events, bouncy castles, face painting, live entertainment for the kids, plus the Manitoba Derby sweepstakes with a chance to win a $100 win wager on the winning horse in the Derby. That's Monday, August the 1st at 7:30. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $7,500 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5. Stretch Maybella going to the front.
Yeah, we talked about her as she was dropping. Didn't show much, but if you look at last year, she shows speed. Made sense on the drop. It was a wake-up move, and Leroy gave the horse just gun to the lead. Didn't think she had that much speed. Maybe the 4 broke a step slow, but really didn't have that much of an excuse to, at worst, be a lot closer.
Yeah, I don't think that break mattered in the race. Maybella was just way too good, and speed hangs on for the second win of the day.
Yeah, again, pick your best horse, and I think that's what you look for. You don't have to worry about a speed or an outside-inside bias. The superintendents have the track absolutely perfect. We'll just see what happens tomorrow because they're calling for a lot of rain, just as if you're not in Manitoba, be prepared. It's supposed to rain all day, so I don't think we're going to have a fast track tomorrow. But today is today. Fast track, race 6.
All right. Who do you like in here, Stretch? Looks like a lot of speed in the race.
Excuse me. Yes, there is a lot of speed in here. We've got different ones that can go to the lead. Some like to need the lead in here. You've got a lot of speed on the outside. I'm going to go to another number 4 that's been failing me so far. A bit of a cold streak today, so I know I'm going to get some haters out there, but that's part of this, and we all go through these streaks, and I'm on one right now. So let's turn that around. 4, Fair Challenge, has won 2 of the last 3. The last race was in very tough, and I mentioned on ASD Live that that race was actually faster than the 2 wins that this horse had. So that's really impressive. Marvin Buffalo had this horse in for 5, drops him back above where he won when he started. So I don't mind the drop. He's just found the right spot. This horse is a closer. We saw closers win. Last time showed some speed early, which was a little surprising in one of the toughest races or fastest races of the meet so far. Non-stake. For me, it might not mean much today, but is a solid play for me, and I'm getting 7-2. So not only is it fair challenge, it's a fair value. It's above my value that I expected. So top selection there.
Yeah, fair challenge should fit really well. This is a triple drop in here down to the 75 level. But I like number 5, Simple Man, to go along with fair challenge. Was a winner at first asking as the horse stalked and just blew on by to win by 2.5 lengths. Last time out, there was some speed, but Dazzling Mischief was the inside of the speed and just didn't stop and ended up winning the race. But Simple Man was second best easily. The horse that ran third, Sing and Cry in Dubai, has since come back to win. Dazzling Mischief ended up stretching it out and was third, beaten 1/2 length in the end. So Simple Man came out of a good race that day, and I think he's going to be the first one to have a shot at those tiring speed horses. So that's why I like Simple Man today.
Oh, fair. I was between 4 and 5. I jumped on the 4. I thought it was 4 and 5, and then the rest in here. Looking for a price horse. Just anybody that's alive in the pick 4. I don't think Kirt is. I know I'm not. We're down to 2,400, just over 2,400, 86,000 bet into it. Thanks everybody for getting involved. Tough sequence. I'm on the 7 horse that happens to have the least amount of money on it, and that's Strider's Ring. I'm going for the speed of the speed on the cutback. A bit of back class on this. This horse raced at Century Mile last year. Hasn't finished that well, but I like when horses try something different. They tried the 7 furlongs, didn't work out, but that's okay. Raced against House Limit. House Limit belongs in the allowance field and showed why. So that's kind of my long shot. 8-1. I need higher than 8-1. I don't know if he can beat the top 2, but I am going to use it in the trifectas.
Yeah, what about number 3, Drizzy? Here's a horse that ran big first time out, lost to number 8, Contraband, but the comeback race didn't really show a lot.
No, I was a little surprised on that after such a good race. May have bounced after a big effort, and we've seen that before. First start, runs big, and then kind of regresses. third start can be a top one. You're getting good value at 8-1. I think that's a bit of an overlay for that horse for sure.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 2, Spire. You're getting great odds at 11-1. Here's a horse that was stalking Diddley, who ended up going wire to wire and rallied to run third. That was an excellent race for this horse's first start out of the year. Last year only had 4 starts, had a win in a couple of seconds. Does very well at this level, is a 5-75 horse. Draws inside. I think that's valuable. And I think this is a wide open race. It's just not as simple as taking 4 and 5 and that's it. These horses, it's going to be who gets the best trip. I think Spire just might be able to get a really good one.
Oh, completely. Let's just mention a couple of the speed horses. We've got one Trumpum, who is going to show some speed, is dropping, only had 1 start with a couple workouts since there.
Long layoff.
Long layoff, but at least the works, putting in a certain spot. That's the speed. That horse can slightly come off, has come off just off before. And then the other one, Shooting Money, who usually has to win on the front end. I guess if one of these horses cleared and kept going, I think it would be a big ask. But, we saw Maybella duel and pull away.
Yeah.
So,
and the other horse we haven't talked about, number 8, Contraband. Neither of us liked to go in 6 furlongs last time, and he fooled us as he hit the front end and just carried on to win easily by 3 1/4. But there is much more speed today. They are cutting back to 5.5, and that'll bode well for him. But with all the speed on the inside, I just don't think he's going to get a great trip.
Agree. Great comment in the footnotes there. It says rated speed. Well, there's no. I guess he could try to rate on the outside, but he's not going to get a. He's not going to get a breather. That's
he's not
for
going to
sure.
get a 23-3 first quarter.
Correct.
Which he's gotten in 2 of the starts, 23-3 and 23-4, and won both of them. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm taking a shot. Here we go. $30 to win on the 4. I do like this horse. A 3-1 is a nice price for me. And you know what? I'm on a roll. I've lost the double. I've lost the pick 4, the pick 5, the pick 3.
Where the 4 horse won.
The 4 is 4. Here we go. Beth, $4 daily double. 4-4.
All right, myself, I'm going after the triactor. I'm doing a $1 triactor. 5 on top of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. With the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 for third, that's going to cost you $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High Five Wagering. And ladies and gentlemen, in today's Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace draw, Terry P. went to the board and selected a diamond, but it was a 7 of diamonds, so he won $25, and the jackpot stays alive, $1,580 in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Trumpum, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 2 is Spire, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Drizzy, owned by Ira Donald and King Kirt, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Fair Challenge, owned by Deb Buffalo, trained by Martin Buffalo with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 5 is Simple Man, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 7 is Strider's Ring, owned by Just for Kick Stable, trained by Sean Morin with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 8, Contraband, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Post time for race number 6, approximately 3 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys going 5.5 in a good competitive race. Selected the 4 as my top selection. Is the favorite. Still looking for our first favorite. This horse is making a slight drop against an easier competition. Ran a nice race against a tough field. Has won 2 out of the last 3. Should get the stocking trip behind the crazy amount of speed between 3 or 4 horses in here. The other one is Simple Man, same type of trip. If you need the speed of the speed and the long shot on the board, take the 7. Try to steal it. Kirt?
Yeah, I also like the 4 and 5, but I like number 5, Simple Man, a little bit better because I think he's going to have the first shot at the tiring speed horses. First time out, the horse won easy, came back and got beat by a horse that got away on the front end. So I think with all the speed that's in here, Simple Man gets a good trip. I do like Fair Challenge. My bomber in here is number 2, Spire, making the second start of the year. Good luck here in race 6.
It's post time.
Trump the first one to walk in. Spire is next. Drizzy's turn. Fair challenge, the 8-5 favorite ready to go in. Simple Man steps up and in. Shooting Money's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Strider's Ring. And just waiting on Contraband to the outside. They're at the post. Jump them a little fractious. And they're off. From the far outside, Contraband shows good early speed and is going to be on the lead by a length. Strider's Ring to the outside in second. Drizzy on the rail in third with Shooting Money to the outside. A wave of 3 behind Spire with Fair Challenge in the middle and Simple Man and Trump 'em. Your early trailer about 6 off of it. 22-4, a quick opening quarter. And Contraband has that lead by a length and a half. Sitting on the outside, Strider's Ring, Shooting Money. 3 wide, a 4 wide bid coming from Simple Man and Trump 'em. 5 wide, coming up the rail, Spire. Shooting out of the turn, Contraband, still the leader. To the far outside, Trump 'em. In between horses, Shooting Money. These 3 to the wire. Trump 'em with the best stride. And Trump 'em's gonna get there. 3-way photo for second between Spire, Shooting Money, and Contraband. The stewards have posted number 1 Trump 'em as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, that's number 1, Trump 'em. Trump 'em is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old by comic strip. Out of the mare Fanny Chanel by Popular. Owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden on official victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-4. Results of the photo show number 6, Shooting Money, finishing second. Third goes to number 2, Spire, and fourth to number 8, Contraband. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. Once again, in this 7th race, scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. Jackpot high 5 wagering. The carryover pool just over $12,000. They'll go to post in 17 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in with beer, wine, and shots for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers. Plus, there's 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 6, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $7,500 was number 2, Spire, claimed by Manny Miaderos and Glenn Miller, trainer Jim Donnelly. Also claimed for $7,500 was number 4, Fair Challenge, claimed by A2 Thoroughbreds, trainer Michael Nault. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. The fillies mares 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 8, Dixie Mo. Quick look back to race number 6. Stretch, what a finish. 4 across the track. And Trumpum from off the pace gets it done.
That might be one of his best races I've seen him run. Breaks a step slow. Good ride on
by Ronaldo.
Ronaldo to not panic and rush up. Normally he'd be on the lead. Takes him back. Was the best. Went outside wide. Again, we've seen the horses come from all over and get up. Be interesting to see. Do you remember the time of the race?
It wasn't that flashy, 113.
Okay.
But this $7,500 level, what a great level. We seen earlier on in the card, Moz Mischief and Really Slow with the mile, the long end. They ran bang up 1-2 and a great 4-horse finish in here. And Contraman almost hung it on him one more time. But let's go to race number 7. Who do you like, Stretch?
Well, why
7?
Why? No, why wouldn't I like the 4?
Oh, of course, the 4.
Here we go. Still looking for the first favorite. So if you don't like playing favorites, you're probably doing well. I try to beat some favorites. Sometimes I got to join it, and I've been joining them a few too many times. French Rose looked unbelievable last time. I was impressed. I thought this horse would sit farther back, and what happened was the jockey got pulled to the lead by this mare just because she was so much the best. We weren't sure if a horse could potentially get loose, but I liked the ride by Neville. Just kind of let the horse do what she wanted to do, and that was go. I think there's, with the 1 and 2 battling it out for sure, maybe the 5 as well. The pace will be sharp, should get the same type of trip. It is right around the stakes level. So I think similar trip takes her to the winner circle. 2-1 is more than fair. She looks great in the paddock too.
Oh, she definitely does. Neville Stevenson, 2 for 2 on French Rose, looking to make it the hat trick. I think there's speed with the 1 Kate's Princess and the 2 Melisandre. And if French Rose wants to go, that is going to be one heated battle. That's why I went to number 7, Big Stretch. This horse was running against the stake mares in the first 2. Yeah, you couldn't beat Half in the Wrapper, as she was the one to beat in Spunline, the 3rd place finisher. Came back to win the Canada Day Stakes. Big Stretch last time, sat behind the speed, overtook it, and easily drew off to win by 3 lengths. This is only 1 notch ahead for Big Stretch, but off that convincing win and all the speed that's in here, I think Big Stretch can show a lot.
Yes, yeah. I've used her before. We both capitalized on her last time. Liked her even more because of that 2 races back of showing speed. She's got to be, she's going to have to outkick the 4. I think the 4 is probably going to get a jump. So the 4 will need a bit of a trip, but certainly has it to get there. My 3rd selection is Melisandre. She came in undefeated. She's had a kind of tough trips with some other speed. She is going to have to deal with Kate's Princess, because we know what Kate's Princess is all about. But I think she's just been kind of getting better and better and rounding into the shape, and I think her 3rd start's going to definitely see her top effort. Is that good enough to beat the 4 and the 7? I don't know, but I'm willing to find out. 4-1 is about the right price.
Yeah, my 3rd selection is number 5, Ragatag Tag. Was in the Canada Day Stakes, battling it out on the front end. And then got Got in a little trouble at the head of the lane, but backed up to be beaten double digits. But I don't think that this is a horse that likes going around 2 turns. The sprinting record is just so good. This is 11 for 19 at the distance, 6 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3, 13 for 19, over $100,000 going the 6 furlongs. I think Ragatag Tag will sit behind the speed and definitely make her presence felt coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn.
For sure. I'm going to mention the 3 horse. Hasn't shown a lot, has lost to the top 2. But I just think if you go back to last year, again, is right around the cusp. She's still an allowance horse, so she's not out of place. She's 4 of 7 in the money at the distance. Going to get a price. Stranger things, have happened, and horses have been stepping up after their 3rd start, so maybe she could end up in there.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch. Start it off.
Okay, struggling a little bit as everybody's seen. Not going to hide it. Beth, let's call a stretch change alert. Yes, it's time. I had to make it happen.
Had to go to the car.
Had to go to the car. Here it is. I've got to try to maybe get a little out. So we're going to make it a trifecta wheel. Let's make it a $2 trifecta wheel. 4 with 2-7 with all. You might hear me from the 3rd floor yelling, bring in a long shot for 3rd. And throw in that 2 in there, 4 with 2-7 with all. And then why not? $4 to show on the 4 to get off the board, get out of here with a show bet there. 4 show on 4, 2 Beth. That's it for me. 24. It'll be better tomorrow. Kirt, your bet.
All right. Now I'm going to $1 tractor wheel. I'm taking the 7 on top. Big stretch. I don't know why you're not playing it. With the 2-3-4-5, with the 2-3-4-5. That'll cost you $12. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7. And we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Luce Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Cypress Point, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Luce Pruitt with Praven Badri. Number 4 is French Rose, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Ragatag Tag, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 7 is Big Stretch, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 8, Dixie Mo, was scratched. Jackpot high 5 wagering the carryover. Just over $12,000. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Girls going 6 furlongs, high level allowance field, competitive field. I think there's a lot of speed in here. So I've gone to the 4, French Rose. She looked really good last time. Moving up, taking over on the outside wide. I think a similar trip. She's probably going to sit just behind and make that move. 5-2 is more than a fair price on there. The other closer is Big Stretch. She's going to be closing as well. I think it's going to be those two battling it out late. The speed that might hang around would be the 2, so I'm going to give you a 4-7-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 4 and 7. Both of them won big last time out. French Rose, the 4, won at this condition. The 7 was a level down, but did it so impressively after dropping out of the stakes races. I think she has some speed to run at, and she should be tactical in there. So I'm putting her on top with the 4 for second, and a couple long shots, the 5 Ragtag Tag, and the 6 Sweet Design, maybe for third, to bump up your tries. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
Princess leads the fillies and mares into the starting gate for the nightcap. Melisandre goes in. Next up, Cypress Point. French Rose, the current 2-1 favorite, ready to go in. Rag-a-Tag Tag's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Sweet Design. And just waiting on Big Stretch to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Melisandre showing some speed. And Kate's Princess trying to get up there on the inside to put on the early pressure. Settled back in third, French Rose with Rag-a-Tag Tag to her outside. Another gap of 3 lengths back to Cypress Point. Big Stretch. And Sweet Design could see them all. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3. Kate's Princess got up there and has the lead by a half a length. On the outside, Melisandre making a big move. Rag-a-Tag Tag, 3 wide. Then it's French Rose and Big Stretch coming with a flurry. The half a sizzler. 45-3 in Kate's Princess. Spins out of the turn with the lead, but Rag-a-Tag Tag says, not today, I'm going on by. Rag-a-Tag Tag, what an effort, is going to win by 3. Big Stretch and French Rose battling it out, and French Rose gets second, Big Stretch third, fourth goes to Kate's Princess, and fifth to Melisandre. The stewards are posted number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. As your unofficial winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 45-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1-11-2. Results of the photo show number 4, French Rose, finishing second. Third goes to number 7, Big Stretch. And fourth to number 1, Kate's Princess. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 7, that's number 5, Rag-a-Tag Tag. Rag-a-Tag Tag is a bay mare, 6 years old, by First Dude, out of the mare elective by Grand Slam. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, a flashy 1-11-2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno with owner Henry Witt Jr. A big night. That's the hat trick. 3 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and owner Henry Witt Jr. Well, now head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. For those on hand, head up to the clubhouse for for Crazy Hour.